And there we go. Happy Sunday, everyone. Welcome. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And glad to have everyone on board so far. I see we got a few more people moving on in, which is cool. Always like that. The more the merrier, the better off we are. And that is all cool. Anyway, welcome to all of you, and glad to have you on board. We're going to get going here. In the news, we have 4 potential volcanoes around the world that are ready to blow their tops. Oh, such fun. But none of them are going to do anything. They're all going to sit there. We're going to have to sit and wait. Anyway, we'll see what happens. A big welcome first off to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, who is not shown himself yet, but I'm attempting to lure him out, and I'm sure he will show up eventually, and I hope that lure is working. And oh boy, okay, we'll put that away for now. And also welcome to our wonderful Piggy. If she is in the background, would be excellent. And yeah, Piggy has been. Somebody was asking, "Ooh, what's wrong with Piggy?" Piggy's been, feeling kind of down. One of them, one of them to be a frigate of fuel, and Ragnar, of course, Ragnar. Well, Yvonne, I'd love to have Ragnar popping. Anyway, yeah, if Piggy is in the background, I mean, we know Piggy's gone through a lot the last little while here, having lost her Scotties, and it really is detrimental, and then other stuff on top of that, and I won't get into some of that, but she's had a rough little while, and we got to give her some time, seriously. And I hope she's sitting back and healing up a little bit, and getting her thoughts together, things like that. And yes, Simaru is one of them. You got it. And we'll talk about that in a second. Anyway, also welcome to the other moderators that could be hiding in the background. 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Gary, as well as a C&D boy might be along sometime soon. And we could have Joseph Fields in the background as well. Same with Lucas Snow, although Sundays and Joseph is usually pretty busy for him, so that's kind of where we're at with that. But welcome to the moderators anyway, and even if they're not there today, we're plenty fine, and this is a good crowd, so I don't expect any major troubles or anything like that. Anyway, let's carry on with our show. First person in today is Layla, and congratulations, Layla. There you go. You got your wonderful lava cookies there, and enjoy those. And glad that you are able to get on board very quickly, and that is awesome. And let's see, we want to go up the list here real quick. Welcome, of course we got Layla, so welcome to Sophie and Sue Hayes. Sasha is here, Jolie also here, Hermione Schaefer and Fluffy are here. And Maria Alfano was here. Welcome. Sherry Hewitt. And welcome, Sherry and Maria from, what is it? Sunvale or Sunval? Sundval, Sweden, if I got it right. I hope I got it right. And let's see, we got Sherry Hewitt is here. Welcome. And oh, mummy of hamsters in the house. And our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel. And glad Yvonne is here. And I'm going to bug her today. I'm going to try to pry some information out of her, but I don't know if we'll get anywhere with it. Anyway, Kevin Haynes also here. Welcome. Going up the list a little bit more, looking for names I haven't mentioned yet. And let's see, we got Oh Mummy of Hamsters, we got Sophie, we got Sasha. Let's just keep rolling up here. Sherry, we got Henry Nelson. Henry Nelson is going to be in the Lurkers Lounge because his puny DSL isn't handling the bandwidth. He's uploading a 15-second video and it's taken 3 hours. No, I don't know how long that video is, but it's a harvest video. And I did go over to his channel and subscribe, so I want to see it later. That'll be interesting. And going up a little bit more here, looking for more wonderful names. And let's see, who else we got in here? Boy, all the same people, lots of talk. Let's see, what else we got? I'm scrolling, looking for more names. Adele is in the house. Welcome, Adele. Glad to have you here. And moving on more, scrolling up some more, looking for more wonderful names. And I'm just not seeing other names. Oh, Gail Moore, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Peter Greenlee's also here. And Ken Wilson is here as well. Welcome. And Tom Dice in the house. And yeah, Tom put up a new video. Pepper was trying to make some hair grow. And it was quite funny. She didn't miss a spot from the looks of things. Going up a little bit more, and it's always fun to see some of that stuff. Okay, I'm up as far as I can get up at the top. I'm going back to the bottom. We see Alba Girl just got here, as well as Grenzed, and is it Dewey Woodle? I hope I pronounced it correctly. And who else? Henry we got, and let's see, who else? While I was going up, I usually see people on the bottom here doing things. So, all right, I'll leave it at that for right now. And anyway, let's go take a peek at Iceland first off. And people were wondering, okay, is Iceland one of the ones that I said might be erupting? Well, not at Fraganelfjall, and that is what we've got. Let's see what we got here. I got to turn that one back on, and let's stop our canned lava for a minute. And I have been searching for other canned lava to show. So during the break, first break, we'll definitely be showing some different stuff. First and second break, I've got a couple files there for those two breaks that are different than the stuff on the screen. So that'll be a little bit of a change, and for the better, I think. And let's see if we turn off our little banner there and turn off the date, and then we can go over and move this guy up to there. And I should be able to get some video in a second, and hopefully that'll work. Oh, what the heck is going on here? Nope, it didn't work. And I hear my squirrel. Something went wrong with my video. Yes, squirrel, I hear you. Don't you worry. Let me put that back on here for a second, and I will try to do a quick capture on the other screen. Don't know what the heck was going on. I thought I had reset all of these, but apparently not. And we'll see what happens. And I'll do a recapture here. It'll only take a second or two, and there we go. Straighten that out just a touch and make it fit. All these things we go through to make good video stuff here, eh? And that didn't work. There we go, got it. All right, so that is what Iceland is looking like right now. And hey, welcome, Mark the Shark and Kananaskis Country. Good to see you. And let's go back a little bit. And this, of course, is 8:05 p.m. there in Iceland right now. And if we go back about 6.5 hours or so, that's what it was looking like. So I'm going to call it a fair day there, and that is not bad. Of course, this is from the Perlin Center, and we're looking at the downtown area of Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland. Moving to the other one here, going to put that back about 7 hours, 15 minutes ago, and slightly different view, but also from the Perlin Center, and you can see the airport here in the foreground and stuff like that. And downtown is off over here somewhere on the edge. Anyway, that is kind of what we're seeing from this angle. It doesn't look like there's too much. I have to work again on Wednesday. Oh, she's got a day off. That's always nice. Anyway, that's kind of what it was looking like there at the capital. If we go out to the hills to take a look at what Katla was looking like, this is about 11.5 hours ago, and very, very cloudy there, and it just got worse over the course of the day. About 8 hours ago, it looked like this. So visibility is poor and raining out. Unfortunately, we can't see what Katla is doing in the background here, although I do not believe it's erupting anyway, so we're pretty safe from that. Gonna put that back on live just so I know where it's at. Same thing with this one, and we'll get them all back to normal. That way, when I go try to find them, I will. And pardon me. You can see as that airport light beams past there, you can see the rain in that beam, of course, and obviously by the glare on the camera lens, it's definitely raining there in Iceland right now. Hey, Philomena made it in. Welcome, Philomena. Glad to have you here. Anyway, let's go over and have a look at the harmonic tremor charts first off. And that is, it's interesting, but it's not really doing anything wild or crazy for me on this one. And here's Fragadalfjall, of course, and we see what's going on. We did have some quakes in the area, but fairly stable as far as, its downward trend, and then just holding steady right now. So nothing happening there, okay, which is all right. Let's go up to Astja and take a look at the Astja chart, since that is the area of interest. And there's Astja, and that is very interesting. We see some very, very heavy spikes going up, and fairly thick in here, so that means multiple quakes happening, and we see a lot of them. And we're going to take a look at those quakes a little bit closer, and what we really noticed today, and I'm going to throw that out there already, is the quakes are coming shallow. In other words, either we've got a bunch of geological change in the ground, or we perhaps have magma coming up, and that could be interesting. Anyway, here's Grimsey, very far north portion of the island, or actually right off of the island in the water, and on a separate island, the island of Grimsey, of course, by itself, north of Iceland, and there we can see that it was headed up, but it too is kind of stable right now. Is the ground rising? That's a good question, Sophie, and welcome to Echo the Bot and Grandma B as well. I don't know if the ground is rising. I don't know if there's uplift there. That's kind of a good question, though, Sophie, and thank you. And also wanted to look at Grindavik, and we can see Grindavik steady as she goes, and we actually see our medium frequencies here heading down to the basement. So not sure what all is going on there, but I don't think we're going to see any eruption there right away. Did check it yesterday. No highly increase in seismic energy so far. And that is interesting, Yvonne, because we are definitely seeing the quakes up at a much higher elevation than they were before. Yesterday we were getting between average about 5 to 3 kilometers, and today they are a lot higher, so closer to the surface. And I'm really kind of going, hey, what's going on? Something has got to be going on. They don't go there by themselves. And, whether it's tectonic or we actually have a magmatic intrusion of sorts pushing up. We have a seismic activity today all over Iceland, though. Yeah, that's pretty normal, though, isn't it, Yvonne? It's always there. And as what we're seeing on the charts, it's pretty normal. But the stuff around Asja certainly is of a higher value than normal, right? At least that's what we're thinking. Anyway, let me go through the earthquake chart. We'll take a look. And as Yvonne said, yeah, there's seismic activity everywhere. And there is definitely, and that is 100%, and no worries there. Few less quakes today than yesterday. We're down to 267 as opposed to our 340 some, and that is a significant decrease in earthquakes, and makes you kind of go, but that's what? This high for some places like Aska and Grimsby, for example. Yeah, not this high. Yeah, it is kind of odd, though, to see those. Anyway, we'll talk about this one right away. I'm going to get these out of the way first. And again, in our location way out in the water here, we do see a whole bunch of them, fair-sized quakes at that. We'll start out with this 2.3 from 13.5 kilometers down, and that was at 8:44 a.m. Then we got a 2.56, 12.7 kilometers down from 12:53. Another 2 here at 3:18 a.m. for a 2.68 at 12 kilometers down. A magnitude 2.3, 10.2 kilometers down from 1912. Then we've got another 2.3 from 11.3 kilometers down, my bad, and 1909 was the time. Boy, I've got those mixed up. I got to keep in order. At 3:02 a.m., we had a magnitude 2.4, and that is 14.8 kilometers down. We also had this at 8:50 a.m., magnitude 1.9, 17 kilometers down, 17.2. So that's getting a little bit deeper as well. Also had this 1.7 here, 19 kilometers down from 8:41 a.m. And then we've got this guy here, 8:46 a.m., magnitude 1.86, 16 kilometers down. And that is just a pretty good example of what's going on there. And again, these are kind of spread out, but well, I shouldn't say they're that spread out, but they are definitely all in that same location. And again, that is on the end of this is a little bit of a rise in here, and this is just over beyond that. and that's about the same place as where we had it before. Actually, before we were maybe down here a little bit more, but these seem to be happening in this general area, and not sure if it's just tectonic movement, but that's what it appears to be. Magnitude 1.2, 9.3 kilometers down from 1417 there. Getting a little closer to shore, 1651, we had a 0.5, 4.5 kilometers down, and we'll take this one next, 1.25, and that was at 132 this morning, and 4.9 kilometers down for him. A couple of other zeros there, not even going to bother looking at them. This 0.99 was from 4:57 a.m., 4.5 kilometers down, and then we've got a 1.2, 5.9 kilometers down from 1920. That's a little fresher, and there's another a couple more in here. 0.72, 5.6 clicks down. 1500 was the time on that one, and then we also had a 0.4, 5.3 kilometers down from 1911, and there we go, sliding over a little bit more. And of course, for those not familiar with the area, up here is where Keflavik, the airport, is. So you got Keflavik, the town, Yardvik, Regensburg, and if we follow the highway down here a little bit, there you can see that's the Blue Lagoon and the power plant and a hotel sitting there. And if we slide over a little bit more, there's the town of Grindavik. And that's a nice place if you like little towns, but it's there anyway. Sliding over a little bit more, going down the highway to our location here at Fagradalfjall, and of course these are the original fissures, and Ragnar's right about here, and of course this is the Siggy fissure system right in here. And then if we click on this, and we find there's a 0.7, and it's just about 12.5 kilometers down. Unfortunately, that's not going to show any kind of signs of an eruption. 1318 was the time on that one. Then we have a couple a little bit further over, one underneath the hill there, 0.29, 4.5 kilometers down from 1009. Then we've got a 0.3 there, 4.2 kilometers down from 9:50 a.m. And that's it for the stuff in our Fagradalfjall area, and unfortunately really nothing else in that area, so very, very quiet. And then we've got these ones here, 1447 was the time on this, 0.57, 5.2 kilometers down. We've got 9:44 a.m., 2.7, 0.27, my bad. And that is 2.7 kilometers down. Let's not get it confused, right? 9:20 a.m., 0.54, 4.7 kilometers down. And then we also have from 6:54 a.m. a magnitude 0.36, 5 kilometers down over there. That kind of takes care of our Regens Peninsula for the most part. Sliding over a little bit more, we do have a couple more out here. 1.7, 3.6 clicks down from 1747. And then he had a friend here from 1833, 0.7, and that is 3.4 kilometers down. We had that zero as well, 9.8 kilometers down. Is actually from yesterday at 22:15. We are seeing a little bit more activity up here again, and kind of wondering if we've got something shifting or shaking or what the heck is going on. Grabbing some of these 1.4 and 8.9 kilometers down. 1312 was the time on that guy, and I'm trying to get the other one that's underneath it here. There we go, 1.46, 5.7 kilometers down from 1245. This one in magnitude is 14 kilometers down from 1312. And the 1.22, 8.1 kilometers down from 157. and let's see, 1.53, 7.6 kilometers down, 8:55 a.m. Moving on, looking at this 1.3 up here, 5.2 clicks down, 7:56 for him. And then we have this from 1:55 a.m., 0.77, 6.3 kilometers down, and also fresher 1.4. And that is from that's 5.2 kilometers down from 10:33 a.m. And that kind of takes care of those guys up in the northern portions there. Let's take a look around Katla real quick. We have a 1.7, 12 kilometers down from 2:23 a.m. 0.61, 135 meters down, could be in the ice. And that's 5:30 this morning that one happened. 0.42, and that is 3.1 kilometers down. 5:43 for that guy. 0.7, 3:08 a.m. 5.1 kilometers down. And then we also have a fresh one here, 1821, 0.9, 5.2 kilometers down. Would I say there's going to be an eruption there? Nope. And let's go over here and looking at the Grimsvatn, and that is this guy right here, and that is a 2.1, and that is 445 meters down, happened today at 9:17 a.m. And let's see what else we got here. Whoa, what happened there? I don't know what the heck is going on here. Let's try that again. There we go. I don't know why I keep getting McAfee things telling me my McAfee is expired. I've never had McAfee on this computer. It really makes me boggle. Anyway, 1.31, 3 kilometers down from yesterday at 22:26 is still showing on there. And then this 0.54 from this morning at 3:54 a.m., 2.111 kilometers down. And we also see a little further over, and I'm not going to say it's towards Mardabunga, it's over towards this thing here. I don't know what that area actually is, but anyway, 1.36, 447 meters down, 16:12 was the time on that guy. So that is interesting. We also have here a couple of small ones. I don't think that's going to matter. 0.03, 10.1 kilometers down from 3:28 a.m. And then we also have a 0.7, 6.3 kilometers down from 3:53 a.m. Now, let's go over to Asja. And Asja itself, very quiet. 15:57 was the time on that. 0.37 and 5.8 kilometers down. And we'll leave that guy be, and that is not so interesting. What can be a little bit more interesting is our swarm on this side is somewhat reduced, and Herdebreed is the volcano we're looking at, and the ones over here not quite as shallow as I've seen on the other side, so we'll take a look at some of these first. This one from 1508, 0.67, 2.2 kilometers down for that one. This one is a 0.16 from, where'd it go? 5:10 a.m., 3.3 kilometers down for him. This 0.43, 2.2 kilometers down, and that is from 2:41. Then we've got this guy here, 2:07 a.m., 0.66, 3.1 kilometers down. Let's pop back over to the other side. That one's a little deeper, 4.4 kilometers down for this 0.24 from 6:43 a.m. And let's grab a couple more in here just to see what the depths are. 2.85 kilometers down for this 0.49 from 1522. We see this one's a little deeper, 4 kilometers down, 0.45 from 2151 yesterday. And let's get rid of him. 5-minute warning, thank you. Got it. And we see from 2:42 a.m. 0.55, 2.6 kilometers down for him. Let's go up a little more. These are very small quakes, by the way. 0.6, 4.7 kilometers down, 3:15 a.m. And then we've got this one, 0.47 from 13:35 or 1:35 p.m. 3.8 clicks down. And that is kind of what we're seeing there. So we've got some that are around that, just between 2 and 3 kilometers down, and that is interesting. This one here again as well, 2.49 kilometers down for a 0.92 from a 1554. How deep is this one? This is shallower yet, 0.7, 1.1 kilometers down from 1657. Let's take a look at this one. 0.18, 0.7 kilometers down. That one was from 8:43 this morning. Now, getting over here on the other side, this is where it starts to get a little weird. This one, 0.3, 11.1 kilometers down from 1954. But when we get into some of these other ones, here we have a 2.08, very shallow, 677 meters down from 1238. Let's zoom in a little bit more so we can split them up a little easier. Here's another one, 1805 was the time, 1.4 kilometers down. Another 1.4, 1.6 kilometers down, same time. This 0.32, 1.1 kilometers down from 1239. A lot more shallow looking to me. This one, 529 meters down, 1.07 from 953. And then we get on to the 208, 677 meters down. I think we did that one already from 1238. And then we've got this one, 1.73, and that is 16 minutes after 1 p.m. for him. 0.88 is 0.53 or 530 meters down from 9:19 a.m. Here's another one, 0.99, 2.3 kilometers down from 9:03 a.m. Here's another one, 1.69 from 649 meters down, 11:50 a.m. This 1.03, 803 meters down, 12:58. This one 520 meters down for 0.86, 9:36 a.m. And this newer one here, magnitude 1.3 kilometers down from 1745. This one here, 0.9, 1.3 kilometers down from 2022. And these are really making me wonder, are we going to see something happening here? 1.9 and 200 meters down, 1736. And 0.25, 135 meters down, 1156. This 0.6 is a little deeper again, 2.985, or just about 3 kilometers down, and that's from 1313. Let's grab this guy here, 0.52, 913 meters down. And it makes me wonder, so the stuff down in the bottom area here seems to be coming fairly shallow. And I have to wonder, are we going to see something there? Because, well, we'll keep an eye on it if that does erupt. I mean, we're not going to know unless somebody is standing out there. We all live in a yellow submarine. Yep, we have one of those, Yvonne. And that is right there. We can have extras. Anyway, very interesting to see the those quakes down on the bottom there at a higher elevation, which is kind of makes a guy wonder. 1629, we had a 1.2, 6.4 kilometers down. That's a little bit higher, or a little bit deeper, I should say, but a little bit higher to the northern side of the island. And then we have a 2.87, 4.3 kilometers down for that guy. And that is at 9:23 a.m. I just want to grab some of these other ones. 0.8, 4.6 clicks down, and that's 16:03. And let's just grab something here. 2.9 kilometers down for that guy. 0.32 and 2:20 this morning. Then we've got a 0.22, and that is 4.2 kilometers down. And not going to worry about that so much. I'm going to leave those be. We do have some other quakes out here, and nothing serious or major as far as we can tell. I just want to check a couple of them for depth. That's 9.1 clicks down for 131, 1.31, and that is at 12:41 that happened. 1.08, 7.7 kilometers down from 8:43 a.m. 8:33, we had a 1.15, 10.5 kilometers down. 0.69 from 7:39, and that is 9.8 kilometers down. But I'm not going to go over all of these. What I just kind of want to talk about here is this group. Okay, this group here being very, very shallow, and I don't know what to say, but fingers crossed that we're going to get an eruption. That is very, very shallow, but you know, as volcanoes go, we know that anything can happen, and that could be. It could all just calm right down, and we won't see anything pop out of the ground. Or at this point, you know, like I said before, if we see some immense earthquakes, we may end up having the plates shifting outward a little bit, takes all the pressure off, and basically the inside of that magma chamber ends up being what we call concreted at the top, and makes it even harder for anything to get through as that lava solidifies, or magma solidifies on there, and messes us up. Anyway, it is break time, and I'm going to get us back over. I did say I was going to give you some different video to look at, so let me go over, and we're just picking out certain days that we've had some stuff. These aren't big files. And canned lava, this is from Ragnar, of course, back in day 113 of that eruption. And we'll get that started for you, and let you enjoy watching that while I am on break. I'll get some music playing. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet, hit that like button, please, and do hit the like button and help us out that way. Of course, our goal is to get to that 100 mark. And also, if you are new and you have not yet subscribed, do consider hitting the subscribe button, and don't forget about the bell notification. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you. go. I am back. So welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Anyway, on screen some canned lava from back in day 113 of Iceland's Popocatepetl eruption, or Ragnar as we call it, and we love it. Anyway, we're going to carry on and go to Italy next. And thank you for the welcome backs from all you wonderful people like Alba Girl and Yvonne and Sue and Connie Tyree is here. Welcome. And Sharon Stewart saying, I can hear you. Dr. Fox. I'm still waiting for that recording, Sharon. Sherry Hewitt, welcome. And thank you. And yay, it's Doc is back. And King Colin Deadman, welcome as well. And Albert Girl also here. Good to have you back on. And Sasha saying welcome back. All good. And I'm sure I missed a couple of names there. I seen Daryl R is back. Good to have you here, Daryl. And did I miss anyone else that snuck in while I was on break? I can't see. Lizoid. Welcome, Lizoid. Glad to have you here. Okay, anyway, that C&D boy popped in. And Piggy is here. Hi, Piggy. Good to see you. And puts Trotters up a yellow. What? Up yellow? Wow. Okay. Yellow toenails, maybe? Trotter nails? I don't know. Anyway, old Mummy of Hamsters also here saying, well, welcome back, Uncle Doc. Okay, no worries. Anyway, let's get the screen going to the right place. Apparently, I forgot to load my video for today. I'm going to do that real quick here. And of course, that happened. I got busy doing things. You know, I get sidetracked, and it happens. October 30th, and really it's nothing eventful or anything like that. So, of course, we'll make that a little bigger here. There we go. This is my little time lapse of today, this morning from Sicily. And as you can see, it is a beautiful blue sky day there in Sicily. I would have loved to have been there and enjoyed the sunshine. As you can see, nothing coming from Ragnar or from Etna, or very, very little. It does increase just a little bit, but for the most part, it was very, very quiet today. And hardly any smoke coming out of Etna. So things have definitely calmed down. And of course, that is Yvonne's most favorite volcano of all time. So that is what we see there. And pretty cool to see, actually. I think it's awesome. Anyway, yeah, we'll just let it run here, and you can see what it was like this morning there in Sicily. And that is all right. I'm going to, while that's happening, I'm going to get myself on the other map here, and we'll take it back. It was a beautiful morning, but then later on it did cloud over some, and we'll show you that as well right away here. So we'll see how far this one goes. I can't even remember how far along I went. I did 2 hours, which equates to 4 hours of worth of time lapse here from 6 something all the way through. Way too big ago since we were there. Yeah, you know, it's almost like yesterday. Anyway, that was the end of that video. So from a golden time to almost noon, but let's turn that off. And I did take it back a bit. As I was saying, there was a little bit of an increase in smoke later on, and that is around just about 1 p.m. Their time. As time flew by, going down the road here a little bit, 14:30 or 2:30 in the afternoon, it was already fairly cloudy, and we couldn't see a heck of a lot more. Moving on, then we got a little bit of a break almost at 5 p.m. And the sun was already setting, and you can see the beautiful sunset picture, of course. And that is kind of what we've got there right now. Other than, well, right now it's actually 21:47, and that is present. So that's kind of what we've got going on there. Let's continue on, and we're going to go to the Azores real quick. And of course, there is our lovely Azores, and we are on the island of Sao Jorge, and Sao George, Sao Jorge, and if you want to say it in Portuguese, but Sao George in English. And of course, the lights that you see on the distance here, that is on Pico Island, and even one way over here on Fayal Island, to give you a little better idea what it looked like. Not that one, this one. There we go. And you can see there's about an 18-kilometer stretch of water in between the two islands. And of course, you can see the little puff of clouds up on the top right there where Fayal Island is, and the other light over there. Anyway, that's what it looks like there. And that's kind of this scene. So the harbor right down here in the front, and a little bit of a town area. This may still be on, actually on Pico Island rather than Fayal Island. Or maybe it's even a boat. I don't know. Could be a boat. It's moving. It's got to be a boat. Unless they've got some mean Land Rovers there. I don't know. Anyway, taking a look at our little cove there that we also just looked at. That is this, of course. And what we do is we look for water, white water in the shoreline areas here, and see how rough the water is. And it looks like there is some splashing there. We do see a little bit of white water. Not recommended to go boating. Hey, Scott Hartman also popped in. Welcome, as well as John Raper. Good to see you guys. And awesome to have you all on board. And let's take a look at what we had for earthquakes. So straighten that out a little bit, and there we go. And of course, when I checked earlier, there was only one, but now we got two. So we've got on Sao George a 1.5 from 3:40 a.m. and we also have a 1.7 from 20:06. And that is what we're seeing there on this map. Of course, is only for Sao George or Sao Jorge, and of course on Pico Island here, Fayal, and Terceira over here. Terceira is the one that has the other a volcano on it that is a yellow status. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, I'm going to refresh the other map here just to make sure I got everything. And we'll make that map a little bit bigger. And there we go. Slide it up just a tad and zoom in. And of course, we see there are two here. 17 hours ago for the 1.5, and then 45 minutes ago. They're calling it a 1.7 on this scale. So I'm not sure exactly why the big difference between the two, but we do see one more quake down here 23 hours ago, a 2.1, and that is on the East Azores fault. And of course, that is the dividing fault between the Eurasian plate and the African plate here. And the other red line, of course, is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and that's the North American plate on this side. So that is basically what we've seen in the last 24 hours, roughly, for there. So there you can see them. They're all surface quakes, by the way. And I don't know if that has much value, but, you know, they're fairly small. I don't think we're going to see any kind of an eruption because of them. Okay, covered that. Let's go to our next one. And of course, our next one is Popocatepetl. And of course, we're suffering from a normal case of volcano gray. And there we go. If we back this up a little ways though, we might be able to see it somewhere along the way. Hang on, where are we? I knew I seen it somewhere. Let's try 11 hours and 40 minutes ago. We can see it. And it has some nice stars and stuff. 2:47 a.m. That's what we were looking at. And then it got yucky and the clouds came in. And the clouds put it into our volcano gray for the rest of the day. And there is just nothing to see, unfortunately. Oh, hang on, there might be a spot. No, there was a little spot there, but nothing. No, not gonna work. It just is not gonna do it. So Popocatepetl, of course, I'm not showing very well. We do know though that they are indicating increased activity there. And thanks, Sue, for sending that link in for volcanodiscovery.com. And of course, that was one of the camera shots that somebody was able to capture. So a very, very cool looking sunset picture of Popocatepetl. And that is very, very nice. So thanks for sharing that and bringing that to light, if you will. And that is pretty awesome. Okay, if we actually close that, I just want to see if they got anything else showing here that is of interest. Volcano advisory, ash plumes reach 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters in altitude. Yep, they're getting a little bit of ash being shot out of there, and detected 112 minutes of a low amplitude volcanic tremor. So the fact that they're getting some of those extra tremors may indicate some influx of magma. It's hard to say. Why is this thing changing so quickly? Where is it? All right, it hid the other information. I hate when it does that. Show more. No, I want to see what I was just looking at. Anyway, they show a bunch of the different advisories that were issued there. So I don't know what to really make of that, but still, nonetheless, that is an awesome shot, and we like that. Next volcano, of course, is Fuego, and it too is suffering from our standard volcano gray situation. Let's see if I can back you up to the right spot here, though, and we can maybe have a look at nighttime to see what it looked like when. Let's. Okay, I'll let it do its thing here. It's a little shaky because it's windy up there, but look at that explosion, the amount of magma being thrown out all in one shot. Kind of a double whammy. And that is very cool to see. And of course, that is Fuego in Guatemala. Yona is in the house. Welcome, Yona. Glad to have you on board. Yona, of course, is from Iceland. And the land of snow and ice and fire, volcanoes, and that is pretty cool. And anyway, that is pretty awesome to see that it was erupting the way it did. And we'll get to the next one here. There we go. Some good fireworks coming out of Fuego in Guatemala. So that was this very, very early morning for them at 3:45 a.m. And that was actually a pretty good shot there. And you got to remember, this thing is 12,362 feet in height. So the camera that is viewing this is also on top of a mountain, on a different mountain. from what I understand, about 7 kilometers away. And looking at that scene, and of course being on top of a mountain or very close to the top, it's going to be windy. That's why we're seeing the shaking going on. But lovely nonetheless to be able to see that, even if it isn't in color. I'd love to see some full color though. And yeah, actually for being way up there, it's actually not doing bad. The problem is you're so far away and you have to zoom in. And as soon as you zoom in on something, any slight movement, and they may have it fairly solidly mounted, but any slight movement of your camera will show that. So, you know, it'll shake a little bit. Unless you got stabilizing software, then it does help. So if you get a Panasonic camera as an example, you could actually get rid of that. Anyway, going to move that ahead a little bit. There's another little tiny burp. And then we had some clouds move in. And I don't know if that was the end of it. No, that was just a temporary cloud. But I do want to get to this other one here. And this was a lot of lava coming out this time. You see those chunks, those areas lit up. That's indicating that it's a larger amount of material coming out in one shot. And there's a couple of good ones here as well right after this. And there's one of them. And wow, you know, looks like a sparkler gone on steroids. And you'll take a look how much material has come out of that blast. So if you were anywhere on that mountain, you'd be done. And that is, yeah, that would have been a big boom. And I would love to have sound happening with this. Anyway, I am going to see if I can put you on some more stuff here. And it is break time for me, as indicated by Piggy. Thank you. And I will get to that. So if you guys are enjoying the show, by all means, give that like button a quick bop. Also, if you're new and you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. It only takes a minute before you can get into the chat box and go from there. There was another one of those big shots. And you notice how quickly they were in succession. So a lot of lava coming out of that volcano, and pretty cool. Okay, it is time for me to take a break. I'll leave that be. I'm going to move us back over to our other canned lava. Only this time I'm going to show a different video. And again, this is from the same time era. Day 113 in Iceland, so we'll do that. And just to let you guys know, when I get back from the break, of course, we will have bacon seeds and some pumpkin carvings. And thank you, Piggy, for sending those. And we'll get at it. So I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away, you guys. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. And don't burn yourselves. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I'll be back. that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. I'm glad to have you all on board today, and I see a few more people are here, and thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Alba Girl and Kevin and John Raper and Grandma B and Yvonne Kunkel and Hyposis Scotland. Boy, oh boy, some of those are hard to get. That is a new name on me, by the way, so welcome. And welcome back, keeper of my cat, or cart, sorry. And thanks to Hermione and Sharon Stewart, of course. I can hear you, Dr. Fox. And Dave Cruck also in the house. So welcome, Glenn. Thank you. King Colin Deadman also saying welcome back. And good to have you on board, Colin. Anyway, yeah, so I figured, we'll throw some small little videos in every once in a while of some of those other things that we've seen back in Iceland, and of course that was just an 8-minute little one, and figured I'd show it anyway and give you guys something a little different to look at. Anyway, it is bacon seed time, so let's get over to those guys, and we'll deal with them and see how things are. And let's see, somebody saying hi to Ray. I didn't see Ray in here. But welcome, and thanks, Doctor. I'm on a different computer tonight. Oh, it's Ray Jensen. Oh, okay, I get it. The confusion is going away now. Maybe just a little bit. But anyway, welcome. And let's continue on. Of course, this little pig was standing beside his little Gorkin from yesterday, if we remember that. So let's carry on and take a look at the next little screamer. And I don't know who's got the bigger mouth there. Love to see that little bacon seed. That is absolutely cute. And I don't know if that's a competition to see who can yell louder or what. LOL Gemma, the super kitty. I can confuse Doc. Why? Which account? Don't do that, Dave. That'll be horrible. Anyway, welcome, Dave, and Claire also, if you're there. I'm going to sleep now. Thanks for another great stream, Dr. Fox, Mods, Lavaliers, and Lava Family. Have a great day/night. See you tomorrow. And take care, Yvonne Kunkel. And be good, be kind, and pleasant dreams. Have lavally dreams. And that'll be all good. Anyway, next bacon seed is this one here. And this guy is chomping on something. And looks like a leafy substance. And obviously not looking like he needs to really be chomping on anything. That belly looks pretty full, so eat your salad, you betcha. And he is doing exactly that. Rabbit food. A lettuce piggy. Let us be a piggy. And there we go. And here's another smiley little face. Gotta love it when they smile like that. They are really cute in that sense. And most animals, it's hard to really see them smile at times, but pigs are fairly easy to see, and they do smile really well, so all good. Anyway, and next bacon seed, and here's one in a basket with some dolls and stuff getting ready for bed. And there's the other one doing the laundry on the left-hand side. That looks pretty cool. And yeah, a happy guy. That too looks all right. And we see them getting things in order there, straightening things out. So pretty good. Next one, of course, is these two little critters. And actually, there's a third one in there, but all you're seeing is the hind end from on top. But cute looking little guys. And they too are smirking and likely up to no good. And our last bacon seed for today is this one. And of course, that is a hammock kind of pig. Get it? A hammock pig? A hammock. Well, never mind. Bad pun. Bad humor. And yep, peeking out of his hammock. Hammock? Oh, boy. Tough crowd today. Anyway, that is it for our bacon seeds. And we'll carry on with the carvings. And we'll keep going. Badum. Thanks, Colin. And of course, we seen that one yesterday. So let's carry on and look at a few new ones. Never do stand up, Doc. No, I'm going to stay away from that. Here's another one of these, and that has a wonderful, wonderful amount of carving done, and that tree and leaves and stuff looks pretty good. And I'm not sure if that's Yoda or a cat in the tree, but possibly another Yoda down on the bottom, or is that the cat? But either or, they're pretty good. Ham it up, Doc. Yep, I'm trying. Anyway, there we go. And if that don't light your fire, nothing will. And that is absolutely amazing. Wow. I really have to say, wow. That is very, very cool. Or in this case, hot. So, yep, it is a super, super awesome dragon. And the next carving, and of course these are all pumpkin carvings, you guys, so you know. And again, this one looks a little shady here. It looks like more like a stencil somebody tried to draw on top of there. But evil little guy. He's got some fancy teeth, and I'm not sure if that's a cat or what that is. A little lava monster, perhaps. I have no idea, but he looks nasty. Wow, that is an awesome super chat. Thank you very much, Ray. And that is, I gotta try to spell that. Hypoassist Scotland. There we go. And gonna write that down. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. I do appreciate that. It's actually a super sticker. And awesome. Okay, and the last one here is this one. And there's some intricate, never mind, of some fancy stuff. Trees. And of course, we've got a pumpkin sitting down on the bottom, and I don't know what else is in there, but that could be spider webs or branches. But thank you very kindly, Ray, and nice mirror perspective. I suspect perhaps Colin, but this one is looking pretty good. Like being put in a trance, Doc. Hypnosis. Hypnotic? We can do things hypnotically. Anyway, that's our bacon seeds and our pumpkin carvings for today. Thank you very, very kindly. A pumpkin in the woods and a tent. Oh, a tent in the background. All right, thanks, Piggy. And a big, big super thank you to you, Piggy, for providing these. That is always awesome to have, and we really do appreciate that. So very, very cool. And thanks again. Always a pleasure to be able to load those up, and you know, you you do such a good job at getting the ones in here, and we are very close to that 2,000 mark as far as bacon seeds are concerned. I think we're at 1880 something, so about 100 more, and then we're really, really, really up there, and that is a lot of bacon seeds. And anyway, let's carry on with our volcano stuff. We were looking at Fuego, and I do want to kind of just let that go for another second or two here at Fuego, and that was from early this morning. And we did see, these eruptions. I just wanted to kind of point out that, some of them have been longer duration, not just these blasts that come out, like this one. It's continuing to flow, right? And this was at 4:11 a.m. And I thought for Fuego doing that would have been an awesome show to be able to see if that was in color. And I really think, it'd be nice if they can get a color camera in addition to their black and white that they have beside it. So would be a really, really cool. And as you can see, it's continuing, and doing more of that wonderful eruptive stuff as it just carries on there. And those continuous flows, of course, that will create lava flows going down further and further down the mountain. And that's always very unique and interesting. And hopefully there's no one in the path of that. So that's something that's very, very important to note. And as you can see, while I've been talking here, this thing has been going so about 2 minutes steady already. And typically you see this thing blast the material out, and then it stops, and it takes a breather, and then maybe a minute or two later it does it again. But it's continuing, and you can see it flowing there. So almost 3 minutes straight, and that is yeah, I don't know what we want to call it, John, but it definitely is continuing, and that is kind of neat to see. And like I say, it's just moving on. Anyway, it did calm down again, and after a little while there, it kind of gave another burst, and I just want to get to that, and then we'll carry on with the other ones. But it's just like, this is not the norm, and that's why I'm bringing it out and bringing it to light, because typically we see it blow out a bunch of material and then have a break in between before it continues on. So pretty cool looking, and I like that. Where's that next one though? I'm just hoping it'll pop right away here. I'll risk advancing it a little bit here, and let's see if we can get a few more seconds in there. So almost 5 minutes straight. Actually, it is still continuing, and there's that bigger one that I was looking for, and that is quite a blast. That's a lot of material. You see how much white area there is on top of that volcano after that blast. It threw out a whole bunch of stuff. So that is kind of, it gives you the wow factor, and that was worthwhile waiting for, in my opinion. And after that, it calmed down for a little while again, and we didn't see too much. So, and of course, then once we got to daybreak, or almost daybreak, and that would be about here, and we see a little bit of stuff coming out once in a while, but it's almost like it spent most of what it had in there, with the exceptions of what's coming up here. Let's see if we can get it to the right spot. And this is now 6:39, 6:40 in the morning, and there you go. That is now lit up by the sunlight, of course, and you can see again it is throwing out that very, very dark material in addition to some lighter stuff. So you definitely have a lot of ash in there, and that's pretty cool, pretty awesome. Anyway, we'll leave that guy be, and we'll head over to our next ones. And after that, it was this one was in Volcano Grave for the most part until our evening time here. Actually, let's go right about here, and this is more recent. And there you go. That is from 1516, so 3:15, 3:16 in the afternoon at their time there in Guatemala. And unfortunately hazy and cloudy, so hard to see, but that material is definitely shooting out, and it is quite dark, indicating that we've got a lot of stuff in there. It's called a face pareidolia, when you see faces in things. Yep, pareidolia basically is the human ability to make out different shapes and figures in things like clouds and other objects. You know, you look at a mountain scene, you could see a sleeping giant as an example, or stuff like that. And it is, that scenario is called pareidolia, and that is interesting. Thanks, Ray. Anyway, let's carry on. I'm going to put that back to live. And 5-minute warning. Thanks, Tom. And let's pop over and have a quick peek at Merapi, which really wasn't making us happy. It didn't do a heck of a lot. And that is one of the scenes there from 2:18 a.m. And you know, it was in the clouds for the most part. Really hard to see anything going on when it's in the clouds all the time. And of course, that is the season, you know, that time of the year where this volcano, that whole area, is really subject to all kinds of different weather phenomena. And of course, they do their thing. And yeah, we're going to leave that be, not going to worry about that. And I want to get over to, let's see, the other one. Let's go over to this one, and we can get rid of the banner on there. And oh, there we go. I got that banner off, and let's see if we can get find it. There it is. Okay, so we can see Simaru has got some stuff going on. We didn't have our Ruapehu loaded up anymore. I didn't get that one back in here from yesterday, so we're still working on that. Gonna reload that later. I do have to continue on with trying to reset everything here, because everything is really a mess kind of thing since yesterday's computer crash, and I had to reboot again and try to update everything just to make sure, but we didn't see too much. Anyway, going back and a little bit looking at Simaru, this was about 3:14 a.m. Its time. Now, one of the things that's being reported is that Simaru is building up some pressure up in the top of the caldera, and that there was some continuous seismic activity showing that there is likely massive magma intrusion into the upper abyss of this particular volcano. So we could see some very heavy-duty eruptions, but that's also again qualified with, you know, it may not happen. And we know volcanoes do their thing, and work on their scale, not ours, and their timeline. So that is kind of what we keep looking at, and that is pretty awesome, though, to be able to see that. And it stayed like that for the most part during the observable evening there, and that is kind of what, some pretty good lava show. So definitely no shortage of bacon from that one, and we do see that. We can actually see that rolling down right there, which is pretty cool. And you can also see that in the lower right hand side there as it drops down a bit. And yep, if you look in here, it looks like somebody looking down. Now it's a bird or something trying to dip in to get some water or lava. Pareidolia strikes again. Anyway, let's carry on. And we'll take a couple more peeks here back in time. It was a little calmer earlier. 10:50 p.m. is at that time. If we go back a little bit more, and that was 21 is oh, what the heck is that? That's 9:47 is the time on that. It looked a little more active back then. So pretty cool, and we like it, and it's always nice to be able to see that we've got some volcanoes that are active, and this is what it looks like at present. So very awesome, and it is break time, and we do need to get on to that. Before we get there, I wanted to pop over here and just where the heck is it? There it is. Make that bird fly. Sakurajima being fairly quiet, but let's see, is the ice cream boat there? We have one ice cream boat. Is it taking off or is it just docked? It looks like we have an ice cream boat there. No guarantees. We see another one just left, and good luck getting ice cream. Hopefully snout bob. Oh no, don't snout bob me. And let's turn on the other canned lava, and we'll get that going for you guys. And where is it? I know it's here somewhere. And we'll start that up and get rid of that. There we go, canned lava. And let's put a date on that. There we go. Okay, so that is what we're seeing right there for right now. It is time for me to take a break, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course I'm here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I'm going to refresh this one. Oh, I didn't need to, but okay. Anyway, for those good people here who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like button. Help us out that way. Also, if you're new sitting on the sidelines, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. That way you can come in here and chat and do all your things. LOL, yep, they don't come more weird than me, Tom. Ha, piggy, you're not weird. Maybe a little. Okay. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go away, you guys. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and I'll be back. Quick, Pepper, get the other sock too. And take it and hide it, bury it outside. Hide the socks, Pepper. And welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. Welcome back. Oh, Dr. Fox, we are hearing your voice. Thank you, Peggy. And thanks, Dave Crook. And let's see, Sue Hayes and John and Kevin Williams and Alba Girl and Hermione Schaefer and Fluffy and No Pepper. Grab another. You need matched socks. Exactly. And Tom's probably trying to get that sock back now. Pepper, hold on tight. He's playing tug-of-war. It's tug-of-war, Pepper. Pull that sock. And thanks, Sherry Hewitt and Ray and Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox. Go, Pepper, go. Thanks, Dave. LOL, Gemma, Super Kitty, of course. And I cleared out under my bed. I found half of Alina's toys. Well, where's the other half, Piggy? He got his sock back with a hole in it. Boy, oh boy. And hopefully your lederhosen didn't get any holes in it. And that's all good. Okay, let's carry on. We'll stop this wonderful canned lava. And I'll park it right there. I love freezing a volcano. That is awesome. Anyway, getting back to where we were, we were taking a look at Sakurajima in Japan. And of course, Suwanoshijima still not showing anything from their site there. So that camera is down for now, and that is all good. Hey, it's Trevor T. Winky Wonky Donkey. Welcome, Trevor. Glad to have you on board. And why is this not switching? I clicked the button. I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe I didn't. Okay, there it is now. Anyway, let me get back to the right screen. And, of course, I really can't tell right now if the ice cream boat is still there or not. Hard to tell. It's the wrong time of day. Anyway, 6:43 a.m. There in Japan, looking at the longer shot from the wonderful Sakurajima volcano, and we're not seeing a heck of a lot happening there. If we get a little closer, you can see some of that darkish, cloudy stuff coming out of there. So it is still smoking a bit, but it has calmed down just a tad. So that's kind of what we're seeing there. Next one here, that is the close-up cam. It just doesn't want to show me anything. Why? I don't know. I'm going to have to refresh that one, see if it'll come back to life. In the meantime, we'll head over to another Japanese volcano called Aso. And of course, it being very early in the morning, you can see the sun is rising. The sun used to rise over here, and now it's rising way, way over here. And we are seeing that coming out of the caldera for Aso. And Aso-san is, of course, a green-rated volcano right now, so not a heck of a lot happening. The caldera does have the floor in the caldera is quite hot, so we are seeing some steam coming off of that, and it acts like a bowl, of course. So every time it rains, that rainwater ends up accumulating in the crater, and because the hot floor, it starts to steam and move off. So unless they get a sizable earthquake that would crack the floor plating open and allow some of that water in to the magma area, then of course we'd see some big blasts coming out of there. But right now it seems to be fairly stable and quiet, so all good there. We know our Ta'al was not showing. Let me double check that though. And let me refresh on theirs and see if perhaps it's up and running now. Nope, still not. So we're not going to worry about all volcano. Let's take a look at our next one, and of course that is going over to our super volcano, and that is Yellowstone National Park. And of course right now that is not erupting. We are seeing geysers though. There are over 500 active geysers there in Yellowstone, and that is kind of what it looks like right now. Pretty calm, cool, quiet. A little bit of snow up in the hills, that is still noticeable. You can see it up top there, and some snow in certain areas that have not melted off yet. And I'm glad that snow is mostly gone. There you can see some that is kind of in the shade there hiding, and they do have some snow on the ground. So that's what we had over there, and nothing too major or big. And somebody did bring up, Dave Crook did bring up the link there, and if anyone wants to get over there and be able to have a look at this on their own, you can always click on that link and bookmark that page for later. There is a bunch of wonderful information on that site, and of course this page here, this video is embedded into their page, so you'll be able to watch this as well as take a look at the maps and everything else that they've got going on there. And pretty awesome, pretty cool. And let's go over to Hawaii real quick, and we'll take a look and see what's happening there. 5:46 a.m. for this particular shot. This, of course, is the lava pond inside the caldera of Kilauea, and that is on the big island of Hawaii, and that is what we're seeing. The feed point is over here at this end, and that is where the lava tube is feeding this lava pond. And of course we see some brighter spots along the edges here, and some larger ones over here. These are the drain points that the lava, so it comes in here and it leaves in these lighter areas there, and over here, and it gives you a pretty good idea of that it fills and drains all at the same time to a certain level. And the reason that these spots are so bright is because, of course, as the lava drains downward, the gas bubbles in there come back up to the surface and break up this crusted over lava material on top, and it just looks brighter. Anyway, let's take a look here. We do see the toe area, but it doesn't seem to be glowing as much as it used to. So refreshing that to current time real quick, and that is what it looks like right now. And it does indeed look like we've had more material break off on the edges. Very noticeable right here. Definitely a bigger chunk, and I'm assuming that this piece will eventually fall in as well. We know this thing is starting to get larger all the time. We do see right here a flare up, a point, and I'm not sure why that's out so far away from the wall. Usually we don't have the drain points there, but and we can see here the toe area, that little pool is really shrinking. It's starting to get solidified and getting smaller and smaller in there. We do see some lava right here as well, so pretty awesome. Again, this is the end that it flows in on, and as things crust over, it changes directions a little bit with that flow. But just noting here along the edges, we're definitely seeing a big increase in size, and some of that edge stuff breaking off. I'm assuming we're going to see more breaking out here. We see that crack coming down this way, and then a side crack here. So this whole piece will probably break out fairly soon as well. But It's always interesting to see that. Anyway, let's carry on. Take a look. This one was from 5:58 a.m. There's your primary vent, and there's your little hornito, and that's where the lava tube is, and it flows into the pond there. And again, you can see it was a fairly nice early morning dawn shot, really. Let's refresh that, look at it during the daylight. That's what it is. Primary vent, a little hornito over here with the lava tube, and we can see the lava pond. Some smoke coming along the edges, not as much over here now, still a little bit, but not as much. We'll see what happens. I'm still thinking that this is going to break off and slide in into the caldera itself. Let's look at the other side, and this of course is from 5:41 a.m. as well. Primary vent over here, lava pond. The toe area that we can't see would be right around here, and then we do see some light spots in a couple places, but nothing serious. Let's refresh that. There's your daylight version of that particular picture. Pig Island right there, lava pond right in here, and of course primary vent there. In this shot you can actually see there is kind of a dome shape there, and the lava tube is only partially filled, and we can see that coming out of that hole right there. So pretty neat and pretty cool. Quick look at the thermal images, and again a primary vent. There's a little hornito with the divider in it, and of course your lava pond itself, and the toe area, which as I mentioned wasn't very bright anymore, and it is getting dimmer all the time. Let's refresh that one to current time. That was from 5:44. This is from 11:44, so a good little while later, and you see it is brighter now, and that is showing some new lava in there, but not enough. And we are of course seeing the hornito here. We don't see the lava tube because it's underneath all that crusted over lava. And when you're looking here, you can actually see the big circular shape of the darker material. That's actually a lava island. It's cooled down. It's floating on top of the lava slash magma that's underneath it. And then you can see some of the other areas around the edges quite light in color, and that is indicating that we've got more heat coming through there. Popping over, having a quick look at Mauna Loa, and I caught this morning, their morning, and that is the sunrise at Mauna Loa, and that is not bad. I thought, yep, got it at the right time. See a nice glow there, and the sun was about to rise, and that is pretty cool. I'm actually going to take a picture of that since I didn't do that earlier. There we go. And I'm going to refresh. We'll take a look at it now, and there's what it looks like during daylight hours. And of course, looking at this makes me a little suspect. What the heck is this? Is this steam or smoke? Things that make you go, or is this cloud material? Definitely something funny there. And of course, I had mentioned at the beginning of the show, there are several volcanoes that are ready to really pop. Now, I didn't really think about including Mauna Loa because everyone was saying, hey, things are a little quieter. But we know that Simaru has really got a lot of magma ready to go, and there's a very good possibility that Simaru is going to go. There's also a good possibility that we have our one in Iceland at Herdebreit, right beside Herdebreit, that we're going to possibly get an eruption there. Keeping fingers crossed that it does. I'd prefer to see an eruption elsewhere though, and that would be probably be better. I just heard a noise up on the roof, and I heard a noise on the roof, and one of my ghosts has disappeared. Okay, what the heck is going on? Something is not right. Why would my ghost all of a sudden be gone? And, okay. I heard the noise, and the ghost is gone. Okay, what's going on there, guys? Anyway, looking at this picture here, oh no, the squirrel did it. Oh boy, I hope not. That ghost is much bigger than the squirrel. Anyway, looking at Mauna Loa though, a little bit suspect here. And again, at this angle, we really can't tell if this is anything from the actual caldera coming up, if it's heat. You know, I wish, well, hang on, maybe we can find out here. Let's take a look at, they may have a thermal cam there that is current and active. Let's have a look and see if the thermal shows it. And that is their thermal cam there from 11:40 a.m. And really hard to tell, but it would be off on the side here. I don't know why we're seeing so bright in here. Is this an indicator that we're starting to see some heat in Mauna Loa? It should all be about the same color if it's normal. So why is it white over here and here? Really kind of peculiar, if you ask me. Hot picture, wow. Yeah. Anyway, makes you wonder, and of course this camera cuts off, so we can't really see what's right on the edge here, unfortunately, and that's what we got. So when we compare the two, we know we're cutting off about here on that shot. So makes us wonder. This big boulder, I'm just trying to see where that is. That might even be here. So it cuts off about here. So we're seeing that area from here on over. We're not able to see this on the thermal. So the shiny bits are hotter. The lighter colored bits are hotter, yes. The lighter areas are definitely higher in temperature. The darker it is, the lower the temperature. And the area here, you know, everything that looks pretty much golden in this particular picture is a kind of I would say, won't say room temperature, but normal outside temperatures. But this lighter area over here, either we've got the sun hitting it and warming it up more, or we are actually seeing some heat that is keeping it warmer from underneath. If that is the case, that's a good indicator that we've got a magma coming up. And hopefully, if it does have, hopefully it won't be anything serious. Okay, so let's put it back on here. I won't forget all that. By the way, if you want this thermal image, you can get that on our Hawaii map. And that's the shortcut. You can take a look at that. And Hawaii map. I'm just typing that in. Hopefully I got it in there right. And that should bring up the shortcut. There it is, USGS map. And you guys can do your thing. It is time for a break. I don't want Papa to claw me to death or anything like that. So I'm going to go back and put our canned lava back on the screen for right now. So hang in there, everyone, and I am going to turn that back on. Which can are we using? This one here. And let's let that play. There we go. And so for all those good people who are in here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do hit that like button. Help us out. We're trying to get up to that 100 mark and surpass it, of course. And that does help out with our YouTube analytics. And really, that 100 mark does make a big difference. And that would be awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're sitting on the outside wondering if you should or not, please hit that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. And of course, consider hitting the bell notification as well. And that is good for right now. After we come back, we'll carry on with other fine things like taking a look at the earthquakes there in Hawaii and around the world, and then we'll get into our SO2 and our weather and go from there. So hang in there, you guys. Keep smiling, and of course, most importantly, the super chats for $1 million each would greatly be appreciated. Oh, hang on. I wasn't supposed to say that. Never mind. Hitting that like button is free, by the way. It doesn't take anything but a little bit of effort. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Keep smiling, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. Welcome back, the one and only wonderful Dr. Fox. We love you. I found a doc when Bob was erupting, and that is one of the things. Ray, you mentioned that you joined up when you seen La Palma. And we do have some people here that have been here since day one, seriously. And there are a lot of the good people that are actually here since in the very, very early days. So, Albergirl found it when La Palma was erupting. And, King Colin Deadman being here since Bob was a boblet. That is awesome. When's was day one? Oh boy, day one was March 19th of 2021, and that is when we went back to. So I found Dr. Von La Palma was erupting. Okay, Kirst, no worries. And that was actually day one. Was on the 21st, or sorry, not the 21st, the 19th of March back in 2021. And I started on day 3 with Ragnar's eruption. There you go. And, it was really, really fantastic back then to see that, because I was thinking about that a little bit earlier as well. And the thing I wanted to mention was, this whole scenario, and I think I might have mentioned it originally, I was only going to be streaming for about 30 days. But here I am, still a year and a half later, doing the same thing, continuing to go, and it is absolutely fantastic. So, really, really cool to have some very, very long-term people here. We appreciate it, Dr. Fox. Thanks, Piggy, and that is all awesome. Robert and Chandel also popped in. Thanks. A long time, Robert. Yep. I can call, and I've been watching since then. It's been been a long time. Yep. It actually has. There are some people in here that really, really enjoyed this show right from the get-go. And, at first, there's a lot of changes that have happened. Of course, when Bob first started erupting, the eruption was all about Bob. And one of the things that I think that particular volcano, that whole Bob and Ragnar and everything, it actually became the world's most publicized volcano, and it really, really put Iceland on the map as far as all of that came along. So that really, really did well for tourism in Iceland. It cranked it up big time, and that is absolutely amazing. And Kevin Haynes gifted one membership there. Thank you, Kevin. And just going to write that down, Kevin Haynes, and gifted one. And I also gifted one earlier as well, just giving back a little to the community. And Irv GB got that one, and we'll see who ends up getting this one from Kevin. It should be interesting. Anyway, pretty awesome though, and very, very nice to continue on with this, and we'll see what our future brings, and hopefully we'll be able to continue. Your time is our giving back, hon, and or is your giving back, and you know, uh, I guess in a way it is. But I do also like doing this, so that does have a little bit of insight to it, and we do enjoy, um, doing the whole thing. And I think it's something. This stream, when I created this, it still has the basics, the fundamentals behind it, that we started with right from the get-go, and that is to keep it neutral as far as, we keep religion out, we keep politics out, we keep any of the bad swearing and discontent and any of that stuff stays out, and it is a family rated channel where you can have your children sitting beside you watching it and enjoying it with you, and not have to feel uncomfortable if there is ever a problem. We take care of things, right? And that is pretty awesome. Oz, I was the lunatic that joined. Yeah. All of it is just the whole thing. Poor doctor didn't know what hit him when I joined. Oh, Piggy, we love you. You know that, and we care. So I watched Bushcraft Bear today, and he mentioned about the volcano, and Bushcraft Bear has some very nice videos as well, and I don't want to take anything away from him, but there were a few that I didn't particularly like the titles on, where it's trying to instill a little bit of fear mongering, and but I'm hoping he realizes that that's not what his channel was about, unless that's where he's pushing it now. So hopefully he won't do that, and he'll keep straight up as he was before, and we'll keep going with that. Hey, Thor is here. Welcome, Thor. And Oz is also in the house. Welcome, Oz. And glad to have you guys all on board. Anyway, I do enjoy a lot of the videos that Bushcraft Bear has put out as well. And there are many others out there as well. Doctor, do you always fair? Okay, you are always fair and have great boundaries, but also fun. Thank you, Ray. And that's the whole thing. We try to keep everybody happy. The happy lava family, exactly, Sasha. And that's the whole idea behind it. And we're not trying to be rude or mean, or not trying to instill fear, any of those things. We just try to do what we need to do, and cover the basic stuff that is important to the volcano stream, and important to the understanding, and that is of what's going on. And of course things change on a daily basis, and sometimes it's hard to keep up with it. Sometimes I end up getting a little flustered because of the amount of activity, or the amount of, or lack of activity that happens. That is one of those things as well. Anyway, let's carry on. We're going to take a look and see what we've got happening here in Hawaii as far as our earthquakes and tremors. And we'll start out with this guy out here a little bit further in the water. Not quite at Louis, he's seabound. That would be about here. But this 1.9 today was from 1256, 30.8 kilometers down. Then there's a larger one, 2.2. From 1433, 31.7 kilometers down for him. Really not that many quakes here today. This one close to Pahala from 8:30 this morning, and that is a 2.1, 32.9 kilometers in, and or down, and then 2.4, that's probably the biggest one from 913, 33.2 kilometers down. And then we've got this guy over here, a 1.9, and that is from 1959. That's actually yesterday's, 31.1 kilometer down. Let's grab this guy on the hill here, 2.1, yesterday's as well, 1921, 7.3 kilometers down for him. And up in Mauna Loa, we only see one quake, and that's on that little side area here. 1.8 from yesterday, still 1706, and 0.8 of a kilometer down below sea level. And that kind of takes care of those. Let's go over here, and I just wanted to check nothing over here on Mauna Kea at all, but let's zoom in a little bit into Kilauea and have a look there. We do have this guy here, fairly new, 3:53 a.m., 3 kilometers below sea level, 1.9 in magnitude. Then we've got this one over here, 2.5, a little bit bigger, 12:59 was the time on it, and that's Hawaii time, of course, and 400 meters down. Makes you wonder. And then we've got this guy, okay, 400 meters down. That's 400 meters below sea level, by the way, over there. And that is a 2.5 is what they rated it at. This one is a 2.1 from 1307, and that is showing 200 meters above sea level. So a little bit up into the mountain here, but nothing major to worry about. And we see this straggler on the outside here, 1.8, 1247 was the time on it, 15 kilometers down, so that's a little bit deeper. Anyway, that is the earthquakes, and that is all we've got for today there at Hawaii. And of course, and that is on the big island of Hawaii. There's Maui, there's Oahu, and you know, Waikiki Beach being over here, Diamond Head being on this corner right there, and that is pretty cool. So been there, I've been there, and yep, you can actually take a look at my video where I actually drove right in, and hang on, where's the entrance? I think it is right there, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, I did drive right in here, which was pretty cool to be able to do that. And first time I ever took a car into a volcano. Good thing it's not active, right? And anyway, let's leave that one alone. And Arizona Snowman is here. Welcome. Glad to have you on board, and nice to see you. Let's zoom out, take a quick peek around the world, see what other earthquakes we've got shaking the planet. And we'll start up here in northern portions of British Columbia, 3.4. And that was from 1940 yesterday, and that is 5 kilometers down for that guy. Sliding down a little bit more, we do see a few along the coast here, which is probably good. As long as we're seeing some smaller quakes in this area, we're all happy. And that is telling us the Fuca plate is continuing to slip and slide underneath the North American plate, of course. If we don't see these quakes here, then there's going to be trouble. And this guy here, 3, and that is right on where the San Andreas and the Fuca plate kind of meet with their faults. And I don't know, that's really not going to do anything much there. It's just kind of slipping past it. Let's go down to Mexico here, looking at a few more new ones. And that is a 4.7 from 1704 yesterday, 95.9 kilometers down. This 4.5 is today's from 1217, 35 kilometers down. Then we've got a 4.3, and that is 10 kilometers down from 1240 this afternoon, their time, Guatemala. And then they had another one, 4.5, just off the coast as well, 9:09 a.m., 57.7 kilometers down. Sliding down a little bit more into South America, we only see one here, In Peru, 4.6, 7:03 a.m., 145 kilometers down for that guy. Going over to New Zealand, I see on the South Island, we did have a shaker, 4.5, and that happened yesterday at 17:35. 76.3 kilometers down for that one, and that is kind of in the mountainous areas. I don't think that would have affected too many people there. Looking over here at Tonga, 5.3 from 1224 at depth of about 10 kilometers. Samoa areas, let's see, 3:24 a.m., 10 kilometers down, 4.8 in magnitude. And this one will be almost under Luolatok, Banda Sea, 4.6, and 10:12 was the time on that. It was 138 kilometers down. We do see a new one here, and that is a 4.8, Indonesia, 15:53 their time, and that is 45.7 kilometers down. We do have another one there, 4.6, also Indonesia, 5:08 a.m., 206 kilometers down for that guy. Sliding up a little bit more, we don't see anything else. We do have a newer one here, just off of the Aleutian Islands, and that is a 3.5, 1:39 a.m. for that guy. But really, I'm not going to scare anybody. And we do see a little bit more stuff happening here, and we know the Indian plate, of course, is pushing in underneath the Eurasian plate, and of course what that ends up doing is creating a bunch of earthquakes and some very, very tall mountains. The tallest mountain, of course, in the world being Mount Everest, and it is in that group of tall mountains. And just to let you guys know, the collision here actually only took place 50 million years ago. Okay, so the Himalayas here really are very, very young mountains. When you take a look and compare to, say, the Alps in Europe and the Rocky Mountains, here in Canada and the U.S., then it's a big difference. These are relatively young in comparison. So anyway, we do see a few of these quakes. Let's look at this one, 4.3 India, 8:45 a.m. Their time. Then we have another one here, 4.5. That one is showing from Nepal, and that was yesterday's at 21:41. Then up here, Afghanistan, 4.0, 8:41 their time, 168.5 kilometers down. And then this one would be in Pakistan, 4.2, 12:31 their time there. And then I also did notice this one over here, just off of Greece in the water, and that is a 4.2, happened at 2:49. And that is showing as 10 kilometers down. That would not have been felt by Piggy. Piggy is way over here on Koss Island, and there is where that quake happened. So a long ways away. I keep hearing things moving around up on the roof, and I still don't see that ghost. I wonder what's going on. He must be wandering around or something. That's freaking me out, and never mind. It's weird. It's weird. Anyway, we already did look at the Azores as far as quakes, as well as Iceland and Hawaii. And let's go take a look at what we've got going on in our wonderful Canary Islands, and see if there's anything shaking there. So if we zoom out a little bit and we take a look up top here, East Azore Ridge is what we're looking at. This one was from yesterday, 8:19 a.m., 3.4 for that guy. And then we also had a little buddy for him from the 28th, so 2 days ago, for a 2.4. and that was at 8:15 a.m. as well. Then we have this guy here is new, or that is from yesterday, 3.9, a little bit bigger, and a little further south. It's not on the fault, and that was from 17 and 19 their time. Let's have a look and see what's actually happening in La Palma. We do see a new one here in Tenerife, just a very small 1.0 from 2019, and that is actually 28 kilometers down, so quite deep, and that actually is below the what we call the playground zone or the lava chambers. So that is a very deep quake for that area, and that of course is something that is no, Henry, it's not an alien. It's that ghost is running around. I don't see that. We're missing a ghost on the screen here. I see the one ghost. I see the Reaper, and I see Skeletor. Oh, I see the other ghost now. He's hiding behind Skeletor. He wasn't there a moment ago. I see him now, though. He was running around. Yep, scary thought. I kept hearing footprints, and I was wondering what was going on there. I mean, yesterday we had, or day before yesterday, we had a head rolling around, and I'm sure the ghosts were playing soccer with it. Anyway, let's take a look and see what we've got here for the 30th. At 55 minutes after midnight, we see one there that is 1.48 kilometers down. Next one is almost right up top on the ridge, and that is from 3:08 a.m. a very small 0.95 kilometers down for him. And then we've got a 1.1 at 3:23 a.m. 11 kilometers down, and again on the edge, just about in the water. 1.4, and that is going up a little bit further north there. 3:25 a.m. 10 kilometers down for him. And finally a 1.2, and that is from 4:54 a.m. and nothing later than that. That is 8 kilometers down, by the way. So that is what we've got right there on the map. And as I mentioned before here, Cumbre Vieja is right about here. But Cumbre Vieja is not a new name. Cumbre Vieja, of course, was the original whole area here is actually Cumbre Vieja. So that is what that whole ridge is called. And from about the edge of that caldera onward, that is Cumbre Vieja. But they just called that a volcano that because it was easy for everyone. It does have a different official name, but still in the books it's Cumbre Vieja. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's throw this on to another break. And Oz, all of you Lux would know what the aliens are up to. Oh, of course he would. He's one of them. I mean, he's in touch with them. Oops. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Buttons, darn it. Okay, anyway, it is break time, you guys. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. That would really help us out, especially if you're enjoying the show. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. And that is the best support we can get for the stream. Also, if you're new, sitting on the sidelines, and you have not yet subscribed, you can hit that subscribe button, turn it from red to gray, and don't forget to hit that bell notification while you're there. And other than that, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to take a 5 or 6 minute break, and I will be back, and then we will continue on with going through a few things that we've missed. We didn't go to the volcano map yet, and then we'll do weather and the like, SO2 and then weather. So don't go away, keep smiling, play nice in the lava. I'll be back. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board still. And it is a lovely day. And, tapping the shoes and all kinds of things. Thank you for the welcome backs from Alba Girl and Grandma B. And I can hear you, Sharon Stewart, and Sue Hayes as well. Thanks. And, that tune does make you want to kind of move a bit, and I like it. Thank you, John and Hermione as well. And Oz is in the house and spinning. Well, people are spinning around, dancing still. That is pretty good. Okay, let's see what we can do here. And I don't know how well Bob can dance. And when you spin him around too fast, I think he'll get dizzy. So careful. He's a good man, but I don't know. You don't want to spin him too much. We love you, Doc. Thanks, Ray. Appreciate that. Let's get over to our wonderful volcano map, and we wanted to have a quick peek at that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, and we see that really it hasn't changed any, and that is kind of our ring of fire as it goes around. I don't see anything super new anywhere. We do see Taupo still there, White Isle Volcano, our guys in Tonga still yellow, and of course Luolatak and Simaru, the one that might pop, is definitely there. And we definitely have Merapi and Krakatau still doing their thing. So the one to watch out for is Simaru over here. And of course here in Hawaii is not Kilauea, but Mauna Loa. Could be one that could get a very interesting eruption. And I'm going out on a limb when I say we also may have herderbreed here in Iceland go as well. So keeping fingers crossed that we're going to see some decent eruption stuff from 1 or 2 or 3, and that would be a good. Our little trio here in the just below the Kamchatka Peninsula, of course, Chikarachki, Ibiko, and Alade in the background there, and those are still there. Karimsky and Bezimiani still showing an orange, and Shivalish, of course, still a red. So that's kind of what we're seeing in that area. And Piton del La Formes Volcano is still there, and Reunion Island. And we still have our 2 over here by Madagascar, Old Dodoino, the one where they get the black carbonate lava out of it. Still there, still cooking and doing its thing. Our 2 in DR Congo still working away. Urta Ale still there, hasn't disappeared, nobody's stolen it. And then, of course, luckily we're not seeing any eruptions over here where Piggy lives, but we do see Etna, Volcano, and Stromboli still the same state as they were. Same thing with Campi, nothing new. And having that gone, let's take a look at our weather map. Actually, let's go over to the SO2 map first. And that is refreshing itself. No, it didn't. Let's try that again. I will refresh it. And there we go. Oh no, look at what we see here for my weather tomorrow night. Flakes. Those are horrible. That's a bad sight. Not for Halloween, you don't. Go away. Go away, flakes. We don't want you for Halloween. Anyway, didn't want to create that. Want to slide that down a bit. Anyway, looking at our SO2, we see our plume and this big circulation up here. So it's taking some of that up into the Arctic Ocean, which is probably better. A lot of that is from China as well as the Kamchatka Peninsula. But we are still seeing the jet stream has changed a little bit, and we're seeing some of that actually blow right into the western portions of Canada. And we do still see everything here. Looks like the eastern portions of Canada are getting a lot of the SO2 as well, especially down in southern Ontario, levels a little bit higher once we get towards Detroit, and of course around the Great Lakes area. U.S. pretty normal looking for the most part, and this is a little bit odd, and again we still have some weird circulations going on here. This is kind of where it gets weird. That jet stream is going this way, and I don't know what the heck is going on with it. That weather is awful weird, because normally you don't see that. Normally you see an upward swing here. So I'm kind of wondering what the heck is going on. Climate change. And I always get a kick out of that comment, climate change. And I really have to say to people, said, look, this is a dynamic planet. It spins. We have stuff going on. We have seasons. It tilts. We have precession. We have all kinds of things. Yes, we're going to have climate change all the time. Every day it's going to change. It's climate change. Anyway, never mind. That's my pet peeve. We do see some stuff coming out here into the Bay, or Gulf of Mexico, and that is kind of pushing in a little bit. And the stuff from Mexico heading out into the ocean, that's pretty normal. And looking into the Pacific there, sliding down a bit. And again, kind of weird circulations here as well. From Ecuador down back into Peru, and that is kind of weird. Not sure what's going on there. And I think it's La Nina. La Nina is coming, and El Nino is gone, and La Nina is coming and messing our weather up. And here we see again some strange circulations, where we've got the cold air pushing up and then out into the Atlantic, and that is kind of weird for South America. We've got this big circulation here as well. Mona Alfano throws in a 5 gift membership gift pack. Mona, I don't know if there's that many people here, and but thank you very kindly, Mona Alfano. Get that written down. Gifted 5 members. If those 5 don't happen to show up, if none of them are taken, you will find that you'll get a refund on that, Mona. Just so you know that. But there goes one. Mary Jane just got one, and way to go, Mary Jane! And you are now one of those lucky people who has now got membership. For 1 month. That is awesome. Anyway, looking here in New Zealand, White Isle volcano, not as much SO2 coming from it. Hardly anything coming from the refineries. They must have shut down for the weekend. And we do see the coking plants north of Sydney still throwing out some stuff. Tofua out here is definitely still continuing. And Yasur is pluming northward, and his 2 buddies up top here are continuing to do their job, creating some heavy SO2. Here in Papua New Guinea, we still see that. Luolatok would be over here, creating that plume. And then, of course, Simaru would be making most of this mess here. And Marapi is right about there doing his thing, so throwing that out. And of course Krakatau is right there, but Jakarta is definitely competing with Krakatau. We're not seeing quite as much here in from Ibu and Dakono, and that might be Did you say cocaine plants? Hobby bugs? No, I didn't, but thank you for that $5 super chat. Cocaine plants. Coca is what makes cocaine, and cocaine plants. Awesome. Hobby bugs. I gotta write that down. And thank you very kindly for that wonderful $5 super chat, Australian $5. That's going to be worth like $8 Canadian or something. Cocaine makes cocoa. No, hang on. All right, now you got me confused. I must have misheard. Misheard? No, that's a different kind of a plant. Anyway, we see that storm really has cleaned up a lot of the stuff here in our Philippine area, and it is now sitting here in the South China Sea, swirling around and trying to get rid of a bunch of coca makes cocaine. Cocoa makes a chocolate. Yeah, coca. Coca. Oh, yeah. All right. I want cocoa. I don't want coca. Cocoa is the good stuff. And don't snort it. That leaves you with a brown nose. Oh boy, this is going downhill real fast. Anyway, we see real heavy SO2 here in China, so I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyway, this area here would be from Sakurajima, not so much coming from Suwanoshijima, Kakeo. Okay. All right. Are those from Australia? And I know there's all kinds of different plants. I'm not a herbologist by any means. And there you go. Anyway, we're seeing Kamchatka Peninsula continuing to produce a lot of that, and the Bering Sea here showing a lot of that. So not good for them, but hey, it is what it is. Looking at India, still pretty normal. Normal stuff coming from South Africa into the ocean there. Reunion Island, very, very little coming off of that area. And DR Congo still producing a fair amount, but not as much as normal. And Urta Ale would be right here, very little from it. Most of that is from our refineries in Saudi Arabia and both sides, Kuwait, as well as here in Iraq. And looking at what's coming off of Mount Etna and Stromboli. So Etna pushing this material out, likely that is from there as well. And Stromboli is working over here, but not doing as much. So that is kind of what we're seeing there. We do have heavier concentrations in northern portions of Germany as well as Poland. I'm not sure why, and very, very little coming from Iceland at all. So that's pretty much it for our SO2. Let's get on with our weather. And actually, I see it's just about time to take another break. I may take a break in here very shortly, but let's get started at this anyway, and we'll see what we've got. Looking at the colder areas up north here, very, very cold, up to or down to minus 39 degrees Celsius there in Iceland right now. We see up here the Arctic Ocean starting to cool off quite a bit. Things are going to start freezing up there, and northern Canada, of course, getting very cold as well. And seeing Alaska definitely on the chilly side, as well as everything from Yukon all over to Nunavut, and not, I really want none of it. Looking here, British Columbia, not as bad. They do have some warm air coming in from the bottom here, and that is probably a little bit of a savior or blessing right now, but I bet you that's creating some moisture in there. We see Alberta a lot warmer today than it has been in the last couple of days. Same thing goes with a good portion of Saskatchewan and the very lower end of Manitoba. We still see that cold up in the northern portions of Ontario, and that also house the bunnies. Actually, we've got 3 bunnies on average here, and they are not that bad. We kind of have to keep an eye on them though, like Limpy. Limpy, just to give you an update, I watched him yesterday, and I was able to see him actually hopping down the alley and stuff. He's starting to use his hurt foot a little bit more. The swelling has definitely gone down on it, and it is a lot nicer looking now. Looks more like a normal paw, and he is starting to use it a little bit. So I'm thinking he's starting to heal up, and that is really, really good. So there's your bunny update, and thank you very kindly, Hobby Bugs, for that wonderful $2 super chat there. Looking anyway, Ontario down bottom end, they're not that bad. Toronto coming in about 8, 9, 10 degrees. Montreal 12 degrees. Quebec 8. Looking at New Brunswick here, anywhere from 8 to about 11 degrees. And also looking out here. Hi Evie, nice to see you. Looking probably about 10 degrees Celsius there in Nova Scotia for Sue, and then looking at Newfoundland, a little bit colder, and Newfoundland Labrador area up here, bottom end looks warmer, top end looks cold. Sliding into the United States, we'll do the western portions first. You can, of course, see where the Rocky Mountains are pushing in, and there in Yellowstone, definitely some colder temperatures, but we see Idaho, most of it, and portions of Montana there are quite cool as well. Same thing goes for Denver, or Colorado, I should say, and looking not bad on the western coastline. And all the way up in here, all the way to Redding, roughly about 29 degrees. Wow, that's probably the record temperatures for today up there for this time of year. Looking at the other stuff that we've got, probably about 30 degrees, 31 degrees in Death Valley. It's starting to warm up again, real nice. Los Angeles coming in at 23, 24, Mexicali somewhere around 30 degrees, and sliding over and taking a look at Phoenix, Arizona, 26 degrees Celsius. Most of the area down on the bottom here has got some really nice temperatures. A little cooler up in the northeast corner of the state though, and I guess that is to be expected. And also looking at New Mexico, kind of on the northwest third is a little bit cooler. Looking at what we've got, no worries, Sue, that's all good, and hopefully it's a good phone call. Looking at Texas down on the bottom end, 26, 27 degrees. Depending on where you are, but that's not bad for them. Dallas coming in at about 22 C, Amarillo a little bit cooler at only 19, but we take a look at places like San Antonio, 24 degrees Celsius, not bad. Sliding over a little bit more, a little cooler in the other areas, looks like along the coastal areas, 21, 22 for the most part. And when we get up a little bit higher here in the states, Arkansas, 13 up on the top, Tennessee, actually a little bit warmer by the looks of things. Same thing with Mississippi and Louisiana, a little bit warmer even here in Alabama, getting over into the bottom side of Georgia. It's not bad. Up here where the mountains go in, and of course the Appalachians go run all the way up here. A little cooler up there. Looks like not bad South Carolina. And North Carolina actually looking very pleasant today, about 14, 15 degrees in Raleigh, and going up a little bit. Virginia Beach showing up at 16. Richmond is about 14. Get a little bit cooler as soon as you get to Baltimore and Philadelphia, and New York coming in at about 11 degrees. Boston coming in at 11 there. So that is what we're seeing there. We do have this high in here. It is helping push some of that warm air in that it can find from the jet stream. And speaking of jet stream flows, or sorry, Gulf Stream flows, we do see that it's all messed up right now. With that low sitting there, it's not allowing that warm current to come out. So everything that they're seeing over here is kind of from down south and a mix in the middle of the ocean. Normally you see the trade winds will take that across. And what I mentioned before about La Nina is probably going to affect it quite a bit this year. And that'll be quite interesting to see what happens. And of course La Nina means that we're going to get a lot more cold in the ocean here, and that cold water will actually perpetuate out quite a ways, and it'll change the weather pattern. These trade winds here blowing this way, typically they blow the opposite direction, so that is what's happening, and that's a La Nina condition right there, and kind of neat. Yeah, it's weird seeing that though. Anyway, looking at our Amazon rainforest areas and that, we're showing up with 30, 31 in some spots. The hottest areas here will be 34, that type of thing over here in Paraguay. And I see Bolivia is holding some good heat as well. But as soon as we drop below that, it starts to cool off. So places like Buenos Aires only coming in about 13 degrees. Uruguay showing 14, 15, down to about 12, depending on where we are. And Argentina just top end, a little bit on the nice side, but the bottom end, and looking pretty cool. That is because of this high sitting here. Blowing that cold air in, and it's bringing it back up along the coast and dumping it in. Not good. Bad high. And looking at what we're seeing here in New Zealand, we got the warmer side. Of course, again, warm weather on the eastern side of the South Island. North Island looks a lot warmer, with 20 up on the peninsula, and even 20, 21 down here in some of the spots in the bottom of the North Island. And a real mixed bag in here in Tasmania, looking at 16, 17 degrees in places like Hobart, but we are down to about 11 degrees up in the northern portions here. And of course you see that low circulating, and that low was actually dropping the temperature in Melbourne by a little bit as well. Same thing with Adelaide. As soon as you get over on the other side, you notice about 5-6 degrees difference once they get to Sydney, since they are kind of on the other side of that shear line for where those two systems meet, and that is being driven by a high over here on this side. And this, of course, is that nasty low down on the bottom. Speaking of nasty lows, there's a big high here doing the opposite, and it's throwing up all kinds of cold air. Perth only coming in at 11 today. And of course, Oz has got, Oz is still suntanning and 24 degrees Celsius. That is not bad. And we see interior here, 34, 35 degrees, 36 degrees in some spots. Pretty awesome. 25 degrees there, she says. Okay, awesome. Looking at what we've got in our Philippine, Malaysian, and Indonesian area, as well as here in the Papua New Guinea area, they are looking at 29, 30 degrees over there, and looking at 25 to 27, 28 in the Philippines. And we see 94W has developed into a storm, and Nalgae still sitting there doing its thing in the South China Sea, and hopefully it'll dissipate soon. I hate it when a storm just sits there, and it was here, and it's been 2 days for it to make it that far. That is a lazy storm, and Bangkok only coming in at only about 24 degrees Celsius today. A lot cooler in Japan today, and we see that not anywhere near those warm temperatures that they were experiencing a few weeks ago. And sliding up a little bit, Kamchatka Peninsula getting quite cold, and we see the cold abyss here is starting to really develop, and the planet has tilted enough that we're starting to see that. Well, the planet didn't change tilt. It's going around the sun. Okay, it's changed that way. Anyway, India, not bad. Nighttime temperatures, and you got to remember that as we go around the planet. And Madagascar showing some really nice temps on the southern end here. 26 degrees for nighttime, not bad. And looking up, the higher elevations are a little cooler, and of course coastal areas still showing very well. Cape Town about 14, 15 degrees, and a little cool on the bottom end, but getting up into the African areas we start to see some decent temperatures again. A few colder areas in the higher spots. Here in Ethiopia, you can see that it definitely is a little cooler in those higher elevations. And then, of course, Erta would be here probably about 33 degrees there right now. And not bad. Sahara Desert, of course, the other area here would be the Congo and rainforest areas. That's what we're kind of seeing there. And looking at Yemen and Oman, they're kind of normal temperatures, I guess, for this time of year. Not quite as warm as what it was, but hey, it is still up there. 27 in the bottom end for the high in Saudi Arabia, and seeing about 17 up in the north. Higher elevations, of course, a little bit on the cooler side, and not seeing as warm up here in Iraq and Iran. I ran away from this place because it's got so much cold up in the top. No, I'm kidding. I've never been there. I wouldn't mind seeing the countryside, but I don't know if I want to go there. Politically weird. Looking at what we see in Turkey, quite cool, but the coastal areas are nice. And Piggy, of course, here in Kos, probably experiencing about 19, 20 degrees. Let's take a quick look and see what Piggy has got there, and we'll see. I bet you it's 19 degrees. 18 according to the weather guessers. So that's not bad for nighttime. She can sleep well in that type of temperature. Looking at Sicily, we see the northern portions a lot colder. Mind you, that some of that is higher elevation though, but still a lot colder. Bottom end and around the edges here, not bad. And holy mackerel, we got wind coming up now. Major wind gusts. And I hear heads are rolling. Oh, wow. Just watching my stuff up on the roof there. My spider is going crazy, and so are the ghosts. Danger, danger. And we'll see what happens. Milano only coming in at 13 today. New Monkland here. Higher elevations down to about 10, 11 degrees. Coastal area still getting very close to the 20-degree mark. It's a twister? I hope not. We've never ever had a twister here in at the end of October. That would really be odd. And let's see, we're seeing what we got here. Not bad in Portugal and Spain. Upper portions a little bit cooler, but bottom half looking pretty warm. And I guess it depends on where you are there. Some higher elevations are a little colder. Looking at this stuff here in France, kind of mixed bag really when you look at it. And 11, 12 degrees here in Luxembourg, and looking at Belgium, about the same, a little warmer on the coastline, I think, 13 there. Amsterdam coming in at about 12, all of Holland about 12, 13 degrees for the most part. Looking at Germany, and it says Hanover 15, Hamburg 13, Berlin a little cooler, no, 13 there as well. Munich is actually the cold spot there at about 10, 11 degrees. Frankfurt coming in at 11 as well. Going up into Denmark, we see that they have about 13 degrees, 14 degrees in some spots, not bad. Copenhagen coming in at 12. And looking at Oslo 7 degrees, Stockholm 4 degrees, and the only warm areas are right there. I hope that wind dies down, or I'm going to have to go and plug my stuff up on the roof there, otherwise it's going to fly away. Looking at what we've got, oh, I should do England, eh? I missed England. Hang on. Let's look at England. They're still getting some of that warm air. So about 12, 13 over in Dooland, and that's an old Irish monkland. And that is what we see there. And we are seeing about 13, 14 on the western portions of Wales, down to 11 on the northern parts. Looking at the rest of England, yep, 12, 13. The warmer you are, or it's probably the more south you are. Down here in the Hamptons coming in 13, 14. London 13, and then as you go further north, it starts to really cool off. Scotland 7, 8 degrees, and around the coastal areas a little bit warmer. Very cold up in the northern parts of our other areas here, from Norway, Sweden, and Finland, and of course into Russia, and right now Moscow -1 degree Celsius. And a quick peek here. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm going a little too long here. I should have taken a break, but I'm going to try to really make our precipitation very quick. So looking at Reykjavik, 5 degrees, quite interesting there, 5, 6 in our Ragnar area, and that would be right in here. They do have kind of a mixed bag, and some places even a little bit warmer on the coastline, 7, 8 degrees, and quite neat. And of course the ice fields and stuff are a lot colder. My daughter calls me on her way home from work. Okay, no worries, Sue. And family, of course, is important. Anyway, I'm going to switch to precipitation. Going to keep this real quick. And yep, as I suspected, we've got that nasty storm coming in to the west coast still. Seeing some snow in British Columbia, and up in the northern territories there, we are getting a lot of snow up there. Same thing with some in Alaska. And north of me, looks like we've got a weather system coming in here. that is starting to produce a little bit of rain, and we can see that this is blowing in. That's what's coming in right now, and it says it's going to rain here, half a millimeter, and I hope the wind dies down though. Looking at northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba, some snow up there, not bad, and pretty dry in the rest of the portions of Canada, with the exception of this low up here, just off of the Hudson's Bay in Quebec. Looks like dry for Sioux out here on Nova Scotia. New Brunswick is okay. Same thing with Newfoundland. Then you get up into Labrador and Quebec mix up in the top there. We see a bunch of stuff happening there. U.S., of course, the area here in Washington is affected by that system that is coming in there, but we don't see anything in most of those places, all the way down through Texas, everything going over Mississippi and New Orleans and Louisiana, not bad. But we do see this system going in here, that low, and through Tennessee, and looks like coming into Ohio and Indianapolis, getting some rain there. Charlottetown, a little bit of rain, a little bit up in the northern portions of Georgia as well. And going to go real quick now. We are seeing a little bit in Mexico, some more stuff forming out here. I don't know if that's going to turn into a nasty storm. This one here, that's going to be hard to say where it's going to go because of the circulations right now. And seeing this low in here, that could turn into a storm as well. South America, not too bad, and of course the Amazon, you expect some rain, but we do have this system coming in here, and that is coming right over top of the borderline here between Uruguay, Paraguay, and Argentina, just coming in that direction. So pretty nasty, and doesn't look too bad. And down here on the bottom end of Chile, but it's still chilly. That high is keeping the clouds out. Looking at New Zealand, we do see some rain there, some circulation here, so definitely a low sitting on there, bringing that down. That big high is bringing a warmer air down, and of course that is mixing with some of that cooler air, creating all kinds of rain. So New Zealand, lots of rain today, and those poor guys on Tasmania, no wonder the darn Tasmanian devil is extinct. Look at that poor weather. And I don't know if it is, it might still be around. We are seeing that Melbourne may have some rain as well. Adelaide for sure. Nothing in Sydney. Oz isn't getting anything up there in Brisbane, and neither are they here in Perth, so that's pretty good. And of course we are seeing the stuff in our Philippine, Indonesian, Malaysian area, and Nalgae still doing its thing. As I said, this thing is just not going anywhere. It's moving very, very slowly from where it was. So it's taken 2 days to get from the Philippines into the South China Sea here. And still worried about 94W. That will likely grow. And no or very little rain in Japan. We see a little bit up on the top there. Kamchatka Peninsula getting a snow. Siberia getting a snow. And that is kind of what we see in there. And Indian Ocean, some activity. We see another one of these shear lines right here. Two highs working together and a low down on the bottom, making it miserable. And they are getting some rain down there in South Africa. Quick zoom out. Our global storm is still intact, and that seems to be a very interesting phenomenon that happens forever and ever. So pretty cool. And let's go find our last thing here for today, and that is the lowest temperature on the planet, and that is what we're searching for now, and then we're going to wrap up the stream for today. And so far I've only seen a minus 58, but we'll take a look and see. There's got to be something. I see minus 59, minus 60, and what else we got? Okay, so minus 60 so far is our low, and we'll see what else we can find there. If anybody else has found anything colder, that is coldest temp I found is a minus 60. Okay, so you did find that minus 60 as well, and that is about as cold as we're going to get today, I think. There's a minus 60, and I don't think there's anything colder around it. And yeah, where'd my minus 60 go? I just had it. We seen it. It was here. And where'd you go? Okay, well, minus 60 is what I had on the screen. So, and Sharon Stewart says Sue has minus 60. Yep, I had minus 62, but it disappeared on me. Minus 59. No, I had it. It was right in here somewhere. So come back, minus 60. Not that I want you to come back, but it was there. All right, it's eluding me now. I did see that though, and we can show that in the replay. And yeah, we'll leave it there. I'm not going to hunt for it anymore. And there we go. I'll leave it be. So that's it for our show today. And I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you for being here today. And Doc, it's the Tassie tiger that's extinct. No, the devils. Oh, not the devils. Oh, the Tassie tiger. All right. That is interesting. I was not aware of that. Thank you for bringing that up, and that's very interesting, Oz. The Tassie tiger. Okay. And I didn't know. I didn't know it was. Okay, I'm going to throw that back on. There we go. We got that lava moving on the screen. That's what we wanted to see. Anyway, I'm going to say thank you to all of you for being here. First off, every one of you. It doesn't matter if you're a member or non-member. And we do appreciate all of you. So thank you all for being here. And big thanks to Ray. What was it? Hyposis Scotland. And Ray threw in a super chat there for £5 there, and then of course we had some gifts, gift memberships from some guy named Dr. Fox, and then some other guy named Kevin Haynes, and then some gal named Mona Alfano who gifted 5, and then a couple more small super chats from Hobby Bugs. And that was 2 of them there. So thank you very kindly for those nice donations there, and throwing in those gifts. And that is really, really awesome. And we do all appreciate those. And that's kind of all we've got for today. I want to say thank you to the moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and also C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, as well as Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow. And thank you, moderators. I really do appreciate your help, and that is awesome. And Mona says thank you for the show, Dr. Fox. And thank you to the mods for their support. Good night, all. And Mona, you have yourself a wonderful night as well. Same thing with all the others that I see. Oz says a doc, aka Thiolus, and the last known one was in 1933. Oh, okay, and that is hypnosis. Hypnosis? Okay, I got it, Ray. I'm sorry. That is hyposis. Okay, hypnosis. Got it. Hypnosis Scotland. Look deep into the lava. You too will be hypnotized. And listen to my voice carefully. Okay, never mind. We'll leave that alone. I'm bad at some of those things. And besides, I haven't got a chance to get over there and turn my light on. It's actually getting dark in here, and I'm a little scared. I'm hearing skulls rolling around on my roof. Scary, scary. I got to get up there and replant them, and put that ghost back to where he was. Otherwise, they're going to be coming and haunting me. Anyway, you guys, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and most of all, really, and I mean it sincerely, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday, stream back into weekday times. And we change our clocks next weekend. So if your clocks change this weekend, ours aren't due till next weekend. We'll talk more about that during the week. Till then, take care and oink oink.